Okie buddy, how are you all doing today? Oh gosh, I left my hands up from the post, but hopefully you're all having a good day today. It's funny, I started the countdown and I was like, there's something that's supposed to be delivered, like, about now. I wonder if it's been delivered. And it did. So I just basically went live, went outside, checked the mail, opened my package, and I still had time. But yeah, I felt silly. But I have a thing that I've been waiting to show up in the mail for like 2-3 years. I don't remember how long the Kickstarter thing has happened. But yeah. Anyway, let me go ahead and open the game. I feel like I'm still blinking weird, but oh well. I guess when things change, I gotta figure out how they work again. Okay, so let's see. When last we left off, we were being accused of unaliving our crush. Or a boyfriend. I don't know how our relationship was, but definitely something going on. But now they're dead. Okay. Yes, let's go over here. And then make sure everything is ready. If you hear any weird stuff in the background, that's a washer / dryer. So we're all good here. Anyway, let us continue. We were in the middle of stuff, but we didn't get to investigating quite yet. But yeah, it should be fun. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am, a magician? Or a witch? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san! Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. She really thinking that I'm a witch. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Oh, okay, I want to examine what's going on pretty much anywhere. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they're all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Like, he knows how to wield that thing. Then perhaps... It was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Let me see, maybe that was... Oh. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. That more than likely will play a role. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yes, that's no good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look around using B and M. That's... okay. Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I only looked at one thing. Oh, I like how it has the check mark when you're done looking at it. That's a nice touch. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Well, he probably had some excuse for the sword, right? That would have to be a thing, right? What? Why are you staring at me? Are you seeing me as a pet? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? If it's between the two, I would say pet. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than the Susato takedown. Okay, I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Wait, there's nothing out of place with the fallen over inkwell. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has sort of a brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It was the color of brick, or it is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Oh gosh. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes. He was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is a soul. Pardon me. Oh gosh, another sneeze is coming, I think. Okay, maybe if I rub my nose, it'll be fine. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Will we be able to keep it? Like have a part of his soul with us? That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. I feel like it would probably be a case of like the boat might have like tipped over and then in the confusion. Oh, maybe he wasn't even killed by anybody. It could have just been like stuff falling over. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it, which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Oh no. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always has a reflection, or was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoroughly? Or thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship? Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Let's see, okay, nothing for that. Okay. Event. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator, a hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it could be connected to the outside, or it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray doesn't find their way in when the seas are rough. Or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. I feel like there's gonna be something that was from this room that's gonna be showing up in there, but I don't know if it'll let us actually look. This is... yes, it's bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean? Ace Attorney Gaming, yeah! How you doing, Dragon Bolt? What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interest of cultural research, obviously. Do and Fine just realized stream was up, so I'm around to clown. Nice! Yeah, we're investigating a closed room. I suppose nobody comes for lonely Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. And then the place we were hiding, for now I got a game for really liked what I got him, so I'm really proud about that. Nice! What was the game? It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been really rather relaxing making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe, and last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Okay, now let's investigate the random Russian writing. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm turning my head and seeing... Yeah, I don't know if it says anything different upside down. It's a 4-time strategy game that's basically Civilization combined with XCOM. Don't know if it's your type of game, but it's one I like as a strategy gamer. Oh, okay. Yeah, strategy games are like not usually my thing. I've tried a few Civilization, or no, there was like one specific one that I tried, and it was okay. Definitely slightly above tactics games for me, personally. I'm so sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Did I not mute my phone? Let's see. Is there anything that we can look at that we haven't looked at? Oh, I guess this is important. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete, which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the accident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hi-ya! That's out of the question! What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? I mean, we do have a point. All right, I won't read it. Man. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. Oh my gosh, it's the greatest named character in fiction, right? It's Battler! And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? Can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. All right, then. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Examine and then space. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope... Whoops. I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Ah, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You... have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I do that? Did I know that, perhaps? It was really the most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. What? And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Hi-ya! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. So silly. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Yes, well, maybe. Right, is posing so fun. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call that deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The imitable Sherlock Sholmes. So, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Sholmes? The very same. The imitable, actual Sherlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The greatest named character in fiction. Yeah! The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Okay. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No. I have no air. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from London, from England especially. Yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed, I am. And you've read so many of your own stories you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I am not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in a magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I have been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of the cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in its subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. I will even say it in red, as I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. How about Cosima's death? Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit of his most cunning hidden hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I am in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. Who's that blonde goob? It's Herlock Sholmes, famous detective. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. How are you doing, Rocket, by the way? Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board, and the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, my screen was off, never mind. Wait, your screen! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Ooh. What are the two facts? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. Oh my gosh, you haven't made the Valley Girl voice? Okay, let me see. Let me have my timer open. Let's see, where's my, there it is. Okay, there we go. What two facts are apparent to you when you came to this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I had deduced from the mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. I should have done this earlier, 100% Ken Sholmes voice acting, absolutely. Well, I mean, he only showed up not too long ago, I don't remember. Wearing any handcuffs because they think I killed our boyfriend. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with the acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I don't know how to pronounce this. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama would have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Oh gosh, they're gaslighting us! Initially, I considered Guard Rob to be maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. That probably is a character that's gonna exist somewhere, I bet. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly? Dude just has bad handwriting. Right. Can you imagine? Quite so. I found you the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? Oh, absolutely. Herlock Sholmes is 100% man's they manipulate. Absolutely. I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Uh-oh. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. He looks like he's sleeping almost. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene. Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink. It would appear to have been written in the victim's final moments. Because nobody would ever take the finger of a dead person and write to pose as it being them. Maybe the first blonde goober I saw was smarter. Maybe. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? I don't know what that says, certainly if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Barely know any kanji. Your deduction just now. Can we ask about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. I'm calling it the killer was Russian and uses... Absolutely, it has to be one of the crewmates. Yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. The fact that his name is Villain. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Holmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. You know, it's funny because from what I've heard from the fandom, Sholmes is a genius, but you can clearly see that he's the biggest dummy, right? It's just he accidentally figures stuff out. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Ugh, please. And, I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all these particulars in the article. As they say, thrown off, right? The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he was plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There could be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all of it in interest to me. I've absorbed all of it that is interested me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Hello, Lisa. How you doing? An article at the front page of a Russian newspaper. Headline reads: Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia. Okay. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if your interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there may be a picture or two. Okay, let me take a look at that real quick. Oh, maybe it's her. Goods, how is Jaco doing? I'm doing good. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. I wonder if this is the villain character, actually, and I guess it depends on what information he's gonna give us, but... Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Oh, okay, maybe not. Renowned prima ballerina of the Rivavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikita Pavora. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. They found her in costume, but she was missing. I don't know. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. She must have logged off the server for the night. I don't think she's missing. Right. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside himself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. Arrested Holmes for obstruction of justice, and they getting the trees in charge to stick to. The girl in the costume was missing. I guess so, but it's just like the wording was kind of silly. She was found wearing the costume and missing. Okay. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavla and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance of all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, that's a really weird thing for you to say. Okay. I think that was pretty much it, yeah. Okay. Let's see, what were you investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, what on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to the details. But I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Actual weeaboo behavior, absolutely. So, what was all that showing off about before? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged. My dear Madame. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator Grill. A speckled band. What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring. So I take it you're speaking English and he's just stupid. He thinks he's speaking Japanese because you're from Japan. Like, I was wondering that too. It's just like, okay, I think we established that at the very least, like, the main character doesn't know too much English because of the... Maybe the only thing that I can think of is, like, he can't read much Japanese, but, like, he can have a conversation with it? I don't know. Because the only other thing that would make sense is they're speaking common. To the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered. Okay. According to last entry, before he died, he spied a speckled band. Okay. Okay, well, we're done talking to you about that then. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victims writing in this diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. Herlock Sholmes has no idea what anybody is saying. He's simply deducing the conversation. My theory is funnier, right? Yeah, because we know Naruhodo, like, doesn't know that much English. But that would be funny if he was just like, yes, I'm speaking perfect Japanese, can you not tell? You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhalation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect of this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was a culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had a face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? Or what do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. He's so silly. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can— Hiya! Don't question me, flip! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself, and I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. and bring the real culprit to justice. I guess we gotta question you, right? Excuse me. What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape? Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Niet! You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. There's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy, and just slides around to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. Another blonde goober, right? It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman, you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Hello? Will you let me out of here? Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Wait, that's the detective! That's the investigator guy! Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes. What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. Why are you following me? It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. No, I absolutely hate it. I wish I wasn't put in charge of this. If there's anything I could do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Hey, buddy. What are your special orders? Your heart stopped because you're dying, right? That's the blood that you're coughing up. This is from your heart problems. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice, Jigoku, who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I mean, he did get killed. I'm not sure, But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort, which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I could do to help now, just say the word. Okay, permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I can to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. We totally don't have anything in our court record that could maybe convince. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Let's see. Present. There we go. Yes. Oh. Present this. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. All right then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes. As long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area, I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I lay my life on the line if it's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Okay, go back. And so now we can go to the next cabin over. Or the passageway, at least. What is that mousetrap? 7:48 a.m. Oh gosh, everybody must be so tired. Whew. Give my life, I'd give my life, not for honor, but for you. Ooh, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent to a study tour by the government. That's why he was being put on a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. Just imagine you're the crewman and you just have this one guy being like, "Hey, look, this man's enormous." Be like, I don't know. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. As a big person, I get that all the time, oh no. Just look how big he is! Let's see. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck, too. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering! Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes. They're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Very, very interesting. Yeah, we'll look at you. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try again. Let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh no! Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not sailor. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Biff Stroganoff. Beef Stroganoff! Woo, the best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Beef Stroganoff. Okay. First class cabin area. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of Burira ship. For very important persons. What sort of important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's currently occupied? Yeah, I think. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Stroganoff isn't a very good card. Not really. Also, like, I'm kind of curious on like what the stripes on his face are. Like, they were more prominent in the cutscene at the beginning of this chapter, but like, very curious. Passenger in the next door cabin. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anybody there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? Weird scars or shading lines. I wouldn't imagine it would be shading lines. But yeah, some kind of scar. It might be related to the situation. That is not your business. Okay, what happened last night? Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is said about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yet. Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? Why are you looking off to the side? Why are you looking off to the side there, Beef Stroganoff? I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Probably nothing. I just noticed his little tie as a fish. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead into second-class area staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Oh, I didn't even know he was keeping us from investigating. It was probably a good idea that we looked at him second. The book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. I'll go ahead and look at the door. That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. He told you he was stopping you? I guess so. I don't know. It was convenient. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyways. Well, I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to confuse you. Urionosuke. Okay, let me investigate this cheese. He's big enough to just get you one punch, absolutely. You just even think about walking out the door and it's just like, poof, just fist right into your jaw. Or, no, directly into the temple. Oh, thank you for the regard, Bean. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that is what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese. I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But, I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Hopefully we can go to the kitchen and Naruhodo can have some cheese. Get someone in the chest hard enough and you'll meet your end. True, just punch them right in the sternum. He could absolutely destroy us. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. This is what I have to, wait. This I have to see? What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, this ship included. Poor Naruhodo. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Oh my gosh. You know, that's kind of good advice. Cheese. Chap goes off. Ow. Right, we just need to get him some cheese. He'll be fine. He'll like it. I bet. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Come on, we at least know that Herlock is in there. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries, but Herlock is over there. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. No, oh, wait, you're not in there yet? I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. That door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch my muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh. Hi. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsley Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I don't know why I'm still giving him a Russian voice. I am a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. Or you may. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself in the wardrobe this time. So I might be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case. What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh! Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsley Roylet. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Leave, now. Let's stick around. Let's stick around and investigate instead. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just said, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Actually, no, I just wanted to see what you were doing. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylet, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. I wasn't ready for this. Sholmes, please. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I may ask? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? That's a little questionable, Sholmes. That's a little... I really don't think either of those should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but once I read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence, it biases the judgment. Shh. Right, stop being racist, Sholmes. Shh, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Because, like, he looks, like, vaguely similar to the guy in the newspaper, but I can tell that it's not him, unless the picture was taken, like, a while back. Like, years. Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylet, I've reached two incontrivable conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number 2, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing the most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ugh. Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Holmes. Or Sholmes. In a second glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. What? Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true! I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylett's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? No, it's probably more like, how can you accuse me of such things? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon this journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylett, obviously, what catches your eye in the first place? That he's holding scissors. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. They're like, what? Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylett? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylett. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. The translation. The headline reads, Revolutionary Vidan Bolshevik flees Russia from via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. He tries. He's trying. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. He's trying what he's wrong. Well, I think it's like he's close, because there's some things where he's just like, oh, you're finding me out, and then he brings up another point, and he's like, what? And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylett. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse! Oh, did he stow away like a pet, probably? What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's more than likely like a pet. Maybe like a cat or a bird. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Elemensky instead of elementary. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but those two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear to appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from that case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Ugh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic just seems a little off. Your idea of a little, maybe a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two key words in his deduction that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure that if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I thought they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I am not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Now, time to learn a new mechanic. So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Royloft. Obviously, what catches the eyes first, in the first place, there's a 2.2% chance he may actually be smartish. A little bit. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what can you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? His hair? His hat? Maybe. That would be really the only option, honestly. Wait. Oh, I was thinking that was a cape. What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Is that not what we're going for? Or did I just not press a button? Oh, yeah, present. Yes. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. I totally knew of it the whole time. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Oh wait, are we on this? A little bit. I'm going to have my dad play this so it calls him old. Oh gosh. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Not quite. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? you look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business,
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather, she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts that as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've already read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Gee, I sure wonder what it could be. Yes. There's a mouse in her bag. Maybe. I feel like it's still like a cat or a bird. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlov. Ah!
Pretty. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlov. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Okay, so now we just gotta figure the regular one. Where did the poopa come from? It's fine. Don't worry about it. She had a fat suit on. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Ah yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. There is something with the traveling case, but that doesn't have to do with the crime. This woman is a ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes, so clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see that I'm going to have to step in and fix the Great Detective's mistakes again.
You seem to look pleased, Nadahodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Let's see. Oh. I was thinking it was the bag, like the other bag in the corner. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara.
I've never seen anything like it. Are these real diamonds, you think? Oh, Nadahodo-san, try it on.
What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Okay.
Yes!
I keep looking at it instead of actually presenting it, but at least it gives us a little bit of flavor. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers of the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, Well, those are not noises that should be playing right now. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ugh! I have no one. No family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Sholmes gives me the conversation because I may have a safer place for it. What? All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish for it to remain closed. That is not, or is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not so well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de vol betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. The convention? Sholmes gives me the convention. Because I'm still confused. He's completely changed tact with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Wait, did he actually change his line? The reason why you refuse to open this case is written on the books on the shelf. What? Conversion. I'm trying to find my phone and lose it. the conversion. I think Mr. Sholmes, okay. Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought up the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written on a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eye in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case, and it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she is hidden inside that case should be revealed by following the gaze in the direction of the bookshelf. Oh, I was trying to look at the thing. Looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for a long journey, for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova? While she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is we don't have time to look through all the books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. Rules of passage, cabin door. Small picture. It's in this general area. I don't think it would be the small picture. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. When you've been on a flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Yeah. Oh, right. We would do this because there's the rule of no pets. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other danger— Oh, it's a snake, maybe! That might be the thing that was coming through the vent, before the crime. But no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlov. Inside your traveling case— is the last item listed as forbidden on the vessel's rules of a passage. A pet. Ah! At least it might be a snake. I don't know. But that would make sense. That would go with what was in the note. Deduction complete. Elementary. Yee. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsley Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. But why would she scream? I don't know. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. People just do that in Ace Attorney, true. She was just excited, or she was like, no, don't get out of your thing! Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Budia is a large steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. You point a finger at somebody, it's just a mere law of physics that a giant gust of wind is blown at them and they must scream, right? And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Well, I think Rocket was talking about, like, before we came into the room. But who knows? Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just about you, or if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out that scream that we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Well, why no other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure that they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. Okay. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. Okay, so that makes sense. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. It is what it is, isn't it? Are these two even talking about the same thing? It be like that sometimes. There's just one thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew... Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return... You must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
Wasn't it something Mr. Shon's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. Why'd you put me back in the thing? Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Grr. When and why?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing.
I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Okay, let's see. I guess we'll start from the top. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, he was a friend of mine.
Oh.
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I can think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have this striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine! I need it to live!
I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world.
I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. I mean, okay, I can see the logic of you stealing the tiara to, like, sell it off, but I'm pretty sure as soon as you pawn it off, someone's gonna be like, hey, wait a second. Something ain't right here. I recognize this.
And so you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship. They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin.
That's kind of them. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlov, it creates the most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does.
What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlov's explanation to what conundrum I'm not sure. Conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Oh. That's it, of course. Depending on what year it is, because I can see the pawn shop owner not knowing anything because... Oh, true. Yeah, true, yeah. Because it's the... Oh gosh, I think they did specify a specific year, but it's like the late 1800s. I think it's like a decade or two before the 1900s. So, I don't know. I would have. I feel like the newspaper would probably be the biggest issue, if anything. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business.
Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came to be too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Okay, so we are speaking English. So wait, did we just... How much time between the first trial and this one was there? Because I know that we were, like, not super well versed in English, but we are talking in English, apparently. I mean, it might be a little bit different in the original Japanese, so it localized it, but still, it's just like a
Mr. Sholmes once said, "I never can resist the touch of a dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same."
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. How about the friend? What you got? What you got? Who you got? So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians will bestir themselves in unison and throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversary strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. I mean, like, technically, depending on the person, depending on the kind of person that it is, anybody could eat any animal of their pet, depending on how messed up they are or how desperate the situation calls for. But most people would be like, yeah, if I'm in a starving situation where I run out of food, I will let my pet eat me. But, like, technically, if you're desperate enough, you could eat any animal. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Okay, I guess we have to just actually... Let me actually examine now that I have the chance. Let me see. Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say, Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have, poking around in a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Grr, hypocrite. Can I not look at this one either? I've investigated thoroughly. What? It was flashing, I thought. I don't know, that looks pretty out of place. But oh well. Okay. Okay, so actually... Ooh. Let me see. Don't touch. Okay. I won't touch. I won't touch. I won't touch anything. I won't look in your trash. Or on your plate. Why is your plate empty, though? Weird. Okay. Okay, let me actually talk to you. Let me show you my let me show you my pin. It's really cool, isn't it? Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from the Empire of Japan, you see.
That means nothing to me.
No, why would it?
Mr. Naruhodo, if you're determined to flaunt your Yume badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it.
Okay. Miss Susato, can I show you this?
Maybe later.
Oh, I could show Inspector Hosonaga too. That's fun. Oops. I keep clicking instead of actually pressing the button. Can I show you this? Miss Pavlova, would you take a look at this? No dialogue for this.
I don't know. I don't know anything. Hello, my elf! How are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, you're frightening the poor girl. Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. My favorite part about the pins in every game is that you can just show it off to everybody and it's canon. And I'll just showing it off for some reason, right? That's the one consistency. Oh, okay. So yeah, what's the speckled band? This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. This is something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
Hydrate, okay. I'll have some water. There we go. We got some fresh water today.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together.
Will be better. Okay, wait. Speaking of you better, what are you eating, my sweet elf? What are you feeding yourself for lunch? Oh, Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Curry ramen. Okay, good. Good that you're eating. Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything.
Oh. You sure? You sure, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Who's interrupting? Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or you wanted me to throw you out. It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. It's a good snack, but it's not a full meal, yeah.
What a pity. It's at least something. It's better than what they usually do.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Got crackers too.
That's good. That's good, actually.
I'm actually... I feel like I'm gonna be hungry during break, but I don't know what I'm gonna be able to do. My elf usually is like, I don't need to eat. I can just go this whole day with no lunch. I will feed myself with my sadness. Yeah, I'm calling you elf. Or I'm calling you out, elf. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what the speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past the sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. Swear I'll make both of you in second care packages so you don't eat junk food. Just, what if I added, like, meals to my throne? Actually, I need to update my, what is it? The treat stream thing. I need to update that, because I haven't done that for, like, a while. And so a lot of the food is outdated. I don't even know if I have it active because I need to fix it. Man, some days eating is hard, okay? Well, you need to eat something. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes. He's completely disappeared. Wait, did they not kick him out of the room? When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Can we talk to you, sir? Mr. Beef? I really wish you'd have a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have you to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? I understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Probably not. Okay, so we might have to go back to the room. Maybe we can communicate through the vents. Okay. Make you nutrient-dense food so you'd starve. What? We just need, what are those, calorie mates? I think those fill tummies, maybe? I don't know. I know that they're not that great, but there's something, apparently. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Investigator Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of his cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Yeah, I know on my throne, I have, this very specific, kind of spicy ramen. Do you have blood more? Oh my gosh! What did the captain do to you? Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Although I know Throne has like a lot of fees. Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Or he falls down some stairs. No! Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about our neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
I bumped into a man claiming to be the great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we'd found. Yes, let's do it. And I feel so bad he got destroyed. About the cabin next door. What? Nikola Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How?
Majima! Hello.
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, have your investigation in here proved fruitful?
You would beat up this man? No! He wouldn't do that without a good reason. If I'm honest, there's little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. I'm sure there are angels of death in both the new and old testimony. Maybe.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of information for you.
Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
Yakuza 1 Majima would do it because he's... Honestly, well, no, I don't think so. Movie Majima, absolutely, 100%, though. but Yakuza 1... Because I'm pretty sure he only attacked his boys in the game. But in the movie, absolutely. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Budia's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Yes, there's a Yakuza movie. Real quick, Rocket, don't watch it until you've finished one. It's technically an AU, but it will kind of vaguely spoil the ending. Fun fact, in Yakuza 1, Majima beat his subordinates to death, and the remaster was retconned to being that he only beat them near death. Yakuza doesn't like letting the protagonist kill anybody. Fair. That makes sense from like the little clips that I've seen from like the English dub. Damage to the cervical vertebrae. That's what's written on the report. Also, we're getting new Yakuza information later today. I'm excited. It's probably more information for Infinite Wealth and the man who erased his name, but like maybe we'll get something else. I don't know. That'll be fun. That's what's written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Okay, our bet only extends to the game, so I won't worry about the movie, yeah. The movie... I don't even know what I would rate the movie anyway, so if you don't watch the movie, you're not missing too much. Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there were no signs of a wound suggests that it may have been a blunt object, something that didn't leave a mark, or wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. Blunt object wouldn't leave a mark? Oh, I see.
While the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain, strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma.
I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah.
You both need the prior knowledge of the game and forget it all in order to enjoy it, absolutely. Like, you can't go into it blind, but also, like, having the knowledge of the game doesn't help you all that much. It's very weird. Postmortem report, okay. Giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There was no traces of that's really weird. Because I would feel like with a blunt object, it would leave a mark. I don't know.
Okay, great detective. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish," was all that he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Oh. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. Do you think? Ah, yes! That must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it was shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does that mean that this mark was made by the polish of Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Interesting. Message was written in plaited shoe polish. No, it was written in ink. That's really all I have to say to you at this stage. I should return to my post. Gotta go have fun. Okay, I love you. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. What could that mean? We were all frozen and we woke up. It's actually multiple years later. Yo! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for that? Well, I mean, the Seaman Hosonaga did. That no Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him into cold room. Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
Oh no, we have another murder to solve, right? Well, at least this way we would know who. Is there anything? Oh, there's something new here. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on the page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. I feel like a lot of this isn't quite new information, it's just information just reiterated. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlov's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. If it's anything like the last case, the fur cod isn't the actual cod. The cod? I don't think there was any fish. I don't think there was any fish. There was steak. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor, and they spelled this Russian word for wardrobe. Cause of death. Ah, okay. That's true. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Nadahodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Or unambiguous. Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. Yeah, what kind of Russian person would have written this? Something different here. All the books provided for passengers accompanying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? Oh, I thought it was we that did that. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage, but it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Okay, so... I like how I can't relax when things are untidy and it's just nothing for this spot. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to the great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a detective, of course. It's hardly a reason, isn't it? Take a sneeze and take out the coppin wall? Coppin wall? Oh, I thought it was flashing. Oh, that part is flashing. Cabin. Just achoo! Honestly, I don't think Ryonosuke is that strong. If I had to guess. There's nothing on this table there's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all on the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So the dinner had some kind of knockout thing. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Because it would have... It would have had a bunch of people be knocked out last night, and that's why the Pavlov person wouldn't be able to remember. Kazuma was the only one who didn't eat the food, so maybe he saw someone coming in to do something, and then they're like, oh, heck, you're awake. I need to knock you out. I accidentally put my butt through a wall when I was playing with my nephew, can't be that hard. That's true, I do remember you telling me that, I think. That or I have a friend, I had a friend tell me like a similar thing. There are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden, so by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. Oh, this is a recent thing? Okay, so I have had a friend that had a similar situation then. I'm also certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. I think... Now, we can't converse or present, so I guess we're done in the cabin. So there's something that we need to see here. Oh. Yeah, having the date and location is definitely a good sign that we have something new here, I think.
Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone!
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember.
Cha-la-la.
Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing.
Tra-la-la-lee-la-dee-da-lay.
I did it the great detective way. Okay. I was thinking it was like the pet if it was a bird or the lady came back, but nope, it's Sherlock. It's Sherlock Sholmes.
This caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that, Stringy Knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganov, not Stringy Knot.
Okay, let's go ahead and let's be on the move. Oh, the thing's open. Oh, there's clothes in there now. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Sasato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
Can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong.
I
don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Okay, so let us investigate immediately.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open!
It's completely empty inside, but according to the Great Detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Bruria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? I think my elf coming in and talking about food is making me hungry now, but I don't know what I'm gonna have. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know?
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
That is. What about on her desk? There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time now.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. You got hiccups? Oh no! I'm trying to think. Maybe... Because the fact that we have like a headache and then there's the... what is it? The difference in days of her showing up and there not being like a port thing. I feel like people that ate the dinner last night probably were like possibly unconscious for like 24 hours. Because usually if you sleep too much, you get a headache when you wake up and you have it the whole day. So I'm wondering if maybe that's the case. I don't know if that has any relevancy or if I'm overthinking. Wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that Russians are a very thirsty people. What? Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Thank God you don't have an Undragon redeem. I mean... I can make it a thing. I can... I can just go on over here and heckin... just pop. Yes. Oh, I also can do another thing that I didn't show you, Iggy's, yesterday. Oops. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Pop. I am just ahead now. I am unstoppable. I can put my head on any person if I want to. I can just... There we go. Anyway. Oh, let me... Okay, there we go. I got ahead of myself. Yee. Okay, let's see. What else? What else? I guess we can look here. Might find something. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Is that... Okay. Do you think it's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's actually the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps... Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? All right, then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them up straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. It's so weird. I guess this is just where... I don't know. I guess we just have to bring up the fact that these clothes weren't here earlier. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump into every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. That's weird that they don't bring up the fact that those weren't there earlier, but oh well. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. Yes, it's a belt cord. I can't resist. Ooh, are we gonna get someone? She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. I like how when I see an emergency stop button, she stops me dead in my tracks. When she sees the little bell call thing that may or may not summon someone, she's like, I'm gonna do it. You got a secret unhuman. You got like a secret unhuman you taco too. Yeah. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a foolish shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant in this cabin would notice and raise the alarm? What?
Or the occupants of both cabins could die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out from this ventilator. Let's see if it, or are you, what? Oh, I haven't activated it. I just turned it on temporarily, and now I have it to off. Wait, we already looked at our bed? Maybe it's still part of this. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, that's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's a chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. That or like, because everything like fell over, so,
And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use it. You couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack of the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Because if we... Yeah. Because the direction that all the stuff fell over in, that would also lock the door if it's not like that heavy of a bolt. I feel like we looked at everything already. I'm surprised that nothing really has happened. Unless we also want to look at this. Ah yes, they're displayed in the cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rule of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to. He's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes. So do I. Well, I think we investigated everything. We did everything we could. I guess we're done in here. Okay. Nothing new. How about the starting cabin? Still nothing new. Is there... No, because we're just asking you questions. Maybe we missed something in the passageway. Let's see... We saw that, unless we want to like actually look at the doors. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. I feel like he would have said that when we went in, though. But it's Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance.
What? We already went in. The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment.
We could investigate every last inch of that cabin.
I'm not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Oh, hi. Hi, Sholmes. I was wondering where you were.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look.
Oh, right, because you were doing a little tune. Oh, you never know when you're going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la, dee-da-dee-day. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. He's in the perfect bum-kicking position. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture. Now could you put these fists away? Honestly, so I was just thinking about it while he was singing, but like, this Herlock Sholmes reminds me of oh gosh. I don't remember his first name, but like the Manderville quest line. You see him freak out and fall down, yeah.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh, yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Seriously? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other the pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes.
Nothing to report?
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes. There are circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post, or nobody was available. Yeah, so if nobody was available, then there was something to be reported, but it wasn't reportable.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
Oh, okay.
Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand that my way is what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance? Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourselves. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Shoot, write that down. He consents to die if he's wrong. Oh no, that's true. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just...
Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? A throbbing head do choose better face. No, it's fine. They just have a headache. Now where do we go? Because I don't think we can have anything new with you, right? Yeah, you have a check mark. Oh, do we just have to, like, look in the court records? Is that what it wants us to do? Yeah, 103 was the last one. So the faint whistling sound wasn't anything to report, because that happened before his last entry. The speckled band would be weird, but yeah, that's just to look at it closer. Sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Okay, well, we know it would have had to been sometime after 1:35. So yeah, it's like a half hour of time, roughly. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of the strong blow to the area. No obvious external. That's still weird to me that it's like a blow to the neck, no injuries. We already look at those. Yeah. Oh. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. What's that? Oh no, someone pulled the alarm. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. Wah! To be continued. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. FBI, open up! Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door is bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like that. They're just like that where they were before. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? No. I'd better tidy this place up first. The door bolted the sudden stop. Yeah. And our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least in a very vivid way, but I knew that what awaited for us on the other side was the cabin would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. But why? But why? Is Herlock not there? What's the sense of foreboding that you have? How can he be knocking on the door when he's dead? Or probably the actual Sholmes and not... Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlov's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Captain Harlock is dead? Oh no, Harlock! Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder, dressed in all black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. And that he stole his way as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we will give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? No, he said chicken. She did not. Now I'm wondering if it actually is a chicken. Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Okay, well, I can only examine. You're probably not gonna want to talk to me too much, but I'll talk to you first. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now! We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... I don't know what that says. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Well, you will listen. I know you won't listen, but you will. You've got yourself in a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean, like, technically you gave us permission. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Will you save me? I would be surprised. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you the way to ship's prison cell. Ugh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent, I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing? And stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues and, well... Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone, some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Okay, where is he hiding? Such a nerd. If they're in international waters, the crime would be under Russian jurisdiction because it's a Russian ship, but if it happened in China waters, it would be under Chinese jurisdiction. True. What waters would we be in? Because we're traveling from Japan. We're stopping in Hong Kong, but we're traveling to the America. So what path are we taking here? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Sholmes, why are you taking the tiara? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally, I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Oh, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I have been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! If you're stopping in Hong Kong, you'd already be in Chinese waters, true, but like... I'm really trying to think of like what path we're taking, because I guess we're going from like the inner, like the west part of Japan, and then kind of going down and then sailing over the time zone? That's the only thing that I can think of, because my brain is just like, if you're going from like the east side of Japan, why wouldn't you just go straight to America? But maybe like maybe this method was cheaper, or they're on the east area. I don't know how boat paths work, especially in this time. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Xephoria, has been solved. By me, naturally. Sorry, I'm like kind of multitasking because it's like, how much would ordering a thing be? Probably too much. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to this case. I feel like ordering something might be a little bit too much. Huh. You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when they found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who would have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, that's what's called a locked room mystery in detective novels. Da! Locked room! It is point! The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. You'd follow the coast, so yes, you depart from the east side of Japan. Yeah, so if you're departing from the east side of Japan, then like, why would you be stopping in Hong Kong? Telling you out of sight, I'm going to make a murder mystery. Okay, how much? That's not too bad. I don't know. Would $11 for like a small thing from Wendy's be a lot? Because actually, that's not that much for delivery fees, but I think that's more than usually. I don't know. Well, it keeps open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. Just Sherlock Holmes being like the ventilator, man. Think about it. Follow the coast to stop at many ports as possible, though. Then, so are you traveling west that way? Are you taking the long way? Are you traveling over like the entirety of the world to go from Japan to America? The ventilator? You'll think this is funny. I could not even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:25 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Let's see. Yeah, $11. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? I missed it. Maybe I didn't. There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for all of you to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Yeah! What the? I knew it was a snake! Let me see. Cute baby. If you want to make multiple stops at multiple countries' ports so you'd be able to pick up more guests, I guess that makes sense. A snaky snake, yeah. Okay, let me... Oh, that's gonna take half an hour. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. This guy being Ratatouille too, maybe. Hello, Pistolip. How you doing? I'm gonna order some food right now because I am really hungry. So we're gonna wait until it actually gets delivered to do our break. Okay. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. I'm sorry from yesterday's workout. My migraines are sucking today. Oh no! Hopefully they pass. Drink lots of water. I think it's constricting around his neck. You may want to help. Maybe. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Are there two snakes?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the striped band, wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think this is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I like how we're all discussing this while the snake is just constricting around this guy's face. Water, sleep, and no screens or lights will help. Yeah, have a low brightness. I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number 2, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No.
She's turned white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. Also, I find it funny. I think there was like a driver that was waiting like right at the Wendy's being like, okay, somebody's gonna order something right now, because it was immediate, like, your dasher is waiting for the food. It's not his face that I'm worried about, it's his neck, mouth, and nose I'm concerned about, right?
He's strong Russian man. Not a big deal.
He's probably dealt with more intense stuff before. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Oh. Beef, did you just realize you have a snake on your face? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. We shouldn't do anything about it, but it's a fact. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. Unless you're into that, which all the more to you, but I feel like that's probably not that good. You can still conk out a strong man, true. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot. I like how it's still the old pictures. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Eh? And it is with that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So I may ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin of this portentous night? Why, naturally, it is the friend that which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Wait, this isn't your pet? And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations of the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? What are you hiding? No, don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer of this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Oh. Yes, that's what you were trying, but failing to conceal. Can only be the snake's sloshed skin.
Wait, is it a baby snow leopard?
I might be wrong, but... Evidently, the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly fiend of yours, shed its original skin. No. I don't know what you were talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. That hurts like a lizard, but it'd be a beastie. Using the bell cord on the other side of as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. Interesting that he has light manipulation powers, right? Just casually. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Well, you tried. You very much did try. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm just looking off to the side now. Okay. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data in which I have been appraised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Not, then. So if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that in the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Eh? And almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left on the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Ooh. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case periodically moved. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you used to train your serpent friend. To train? Froggies be a beastie as four leggies that let them flop floggies. What? Come in various colors like green and yellow or even tropical. I vaguely remember that, yeah. Beastie. Oh, isn't that, it's, oh gosh, it was like a wiki page in, some ye old English? Old English, I think? Yeah. Oh good, finally there's, wait. My driver is completing another order nearby? That's a neat feature that it actually tells me though. Indeed, you'd put your serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back for a whistle. Or with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? But it's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only sink its fangs in once more. Wait. Sorry, I was looking and it was just like, hey, do you want them to open up, or do you want them to pick up a package for you? And it's like, no? He's a fast driver if your Wendy's is 6 hours away. No, the good one is a few hours away, but the closest Wendy's is the closest Wendy's is slow, but it's not that far away. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. The logic is infallible. Can you imagine if I had it order from like a place that was like 2.5 hours away? It's just like, I don't mind that the food is cold as long as I'm getting this food. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name! I can see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. Well, aren't you an ice dragon? The cold shouldn't bother you, right?
Well, I want it to be warm. Because it tastes good when warm. Because it'd be, it'd be Popeyes. So I would want it to be like good, crispy, warm chicken. And then also the biscuit.
And all the mac and cheese. And I'm so sad the closest one is more than 2 hours away. Hopefully we go on soon, though. My dear man, it has nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk?
Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her snake to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah.
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
Can they not hear? But madam, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. So wait, are snakes deaf? Are snakes deaf? I didn't know that.
He's got sharp senses and a good mind, obviously, but he's a bit of...
I don't know if I would put him in the himbo category, but a little bit.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in the cabins.
Then it should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. Snakes aren't deaf, but they're better at picking up good ground vibrations and low-pitched sounds. High-pitched sounds are hard for them.
Interesting. Okay.
Huh. 'Cause yeah, I thought they had like a little... I thought they had a little space for an ear, but maybe now that I think about it, I don't know.
So it's probably like under the skin, possibly.
Even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part of this.
I feel like the snake is probably the pet of beef stroganoff here. Her name is Pavlov, the same name as the Russian scientist that were known for his mental concocting experiments.
That would make sense. Pavlova. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the grand ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. All right, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Can you please leave them off this time? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd just leave them off. The ability to hear is what makes the difference between snakes and legless lizards. Human hearing extends from 20 hertz to 2000 hertz. Meanwhile, snakes can't hear sounds above 200 hertz, so they can hear things like animal growls and thunder. Interesting. Okay. So they're not... Okay. So they just have a different range. I see, I see. Now, everyone, let us begin. I just thought of, like, people that have pet snakes and they use, like, the baby voice. And the snakes won't be able to hear. Oh, no! Most human speech falls in the... Oh, no. Oh, no, that's sad. That came to a really sad realization. You need to use the opposite of a baby voice for snakes. Just like, who's a good snake? Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Who's a good widow snake? Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. For what it's worth, some people do talk to their dogs that way. I'm sure. I'm sure there's someone. Okay. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Okay, so not a aching heart. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind, but you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is it? Is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Not a wrist. Right ear? Oh. Maybe? Let me look. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring? Is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear. Oh, if that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. That would be like the one thing that oh! I figured it was something on her hand. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Unless... Time to empty the think of my temptation. What? The think of your temptation? Okay. Yes! Yes! Oh no, my food might get here in the middle of this. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Holy 2.6 gallons of water and what? If you spread it out, that might be okay, but wait, no, don't drink your icy water! Don't eat me, don't eat! I don't know if that's actually the water, but I'm talking about my AC water book. Don't drink your AC water! Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night. Not going to drink it. Good, don't. Don't drink it. I think about the young man who died next door. I feel sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on this portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent you see before us. Or we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't.
They don't even have hands or feet in which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Okay. Oh no! No, I have to actually answer! I can't save! What? Gee, I wonder. I want to take a look at it though.
Oh! That was the thing!
That was the thing that's broken in the other room. Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. It must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd take a better look at it, take a better look at this. There we go.
A little kitten.
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Okay. Now that we've made this reveal, I gotta go grab my food. So we will take like a little intermission from this. As much as this is like an awkward space to stop it. But we will come back to it. We'll go on a little break. I will grab my food and then and then when we come back, we will watch some memes while I eat, because I will not be able to eat it in less than 10 minutes. What's Russian for cat? I don't know. I know German is Katze or Katzen, but yeah. But yes, everybody, this is a good time to take a break, get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you need to do. I'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Okay. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small is the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that. It looks like 2 balls and a bong. He my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the earth. Now get out of my ever had the urge to murder someone in your life, or maybe dismember them, chop them into pieces, make them a burger? Excuse me, of course not. This is messed up. Have you? Personally, I don't like burgers. Yes. Okay. 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 You guys didn't see that, but I just backed up in my chair. It's dark in my room right now. My apologies, Taylor. I was getting too excited to hear your answers that I came a bit too close. I wouldn't call that a bit too close, but whatever. Shall we take another short break? Let me make the music louder. Yeah, I could go for a burger too.
Hey, baby. Are you lost?
Whoa.
They'll ask how much you pay.
Let's try your shoe size.
I wish this were the stock market. At
So,
least I know how
you
that's
here hoping to get a baby?
No, I just love the sound of children crying.
Okay.
Goo goo.
Goo goo. Cave, don't. Cave, don't be mad. Mentistrated.
Sasha?
Come on!
Coach! Lily? No.
Ba-dum, da-diddle-da-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. 3, we'll put that here. Dum, da-diddle-da-dum-da-dum-dum. Ooh. Another 6 hot dog. The way.
Meep, meep, meep. Meep, 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 meep.
Don't you want to be just like your old pal Spamton? Take the deal. Yes. Now that's what I'm talking about. You got guts, kid. That's discomfort and abdominal pain in my guts. Get big and win wild prizes. Let me be a big shot. And also don't kill me.
I am watching you.
Okay. He was upset. He was like, "What the heck? I was trying to charge up my power, and you turn off the light. How dare you? I need power to power up."
But I hope you guys all have a good Christmas. You better have a good Christmas.
Hello, baby. Hello. Hello, baby. You want to fly? I can jump and it can feel like you are flying. Yeet. 0 health in a dream. Yep, there we go. Okay. It's good because there was a save thing. So I'll just be in the middle of the fight with full health, yeah?
Go! Yep, come after me, buddy.
Yeah.
It's my last hook.
Well, it's gonna be both. Well, yeah. Oh my gosh, Peach. Peach.
Yo, 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 yo. If I could just loop them as long as I. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
If I can just keep this up.
If you can distract them long enough for Mr. Ting to do a gen.
Dang it!
That we could raid today.
Oh, oh no! 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 Okay, let me see. We got some here. Anteva spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. What is this? Dr. Nancho, could you come here for a second? Oh, what is it? I've heard about the eerie magic circles written on the doors, like the one in the parlor, from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled in the deep red paint, reminiscent of blood, so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since.
That's right, baby. Daddy's here. All right.
What?
Here's what we're gonna do.
Dr. Romano, we have a new brain for you. It's a really
I picked up a rat instead of the beetle, oh no. Get into my katamari. You will become a star. I do kind of feel bad for all the animals I'm rolling up. They don't know that their life is about to end.
One shot, one kill.
So, what? Let me just transition over there. Why did I look so sleepy? Okay, but let me go ahead and get Higurashi open. Oh no, you've seen my clone. I don't know if you can escape now. Now I'm just obsessed with like flipping around. Ah! Nice for beating me up. It'll be. Let's see, I have a sad one up here somewhere, right? I think. There we go. We'll do a little sad image because I am broken and story is happening. Please, Twitch. Please, Twitch, please. Please, Twitch VTube Studio is closed. Yeah. Don't, you're gonna hurt yourself. The ring one though. If Sonic can just go up. Okay. There we go. We're out of here. We're out of here. Give me that D score. Man, I'm thankful that people are looking right now. We will, okay. Do not perceive. Do not perceive. Do not perceive, I said. That was a really tricky move. Oh, jeez! No! No, 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 no! Ah. And we're back! I didn't realize that there was a clip from today. I'll have to look at that later. Yeah, the reason that I have the countdown on my VOD clip show thing was because that was one of the options that I found that actually randomizes the VODs instead of like, here's your popular ones. Yep, we're totally randomizing it. What are you asking me to do to you, Rocket? Oh, wait. Right. Senpai notices me. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be watching some memes for a little bit while I eat, because I'm hungry. Oh gosh. Hopefully the sound is good. If it's too loud, I can turn it down, but it looks to be good so far. Oh! Oh! Oh no!
Veggies. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Быстрее, быстрее!
What did you lose, ma'am?
Oh my god.
Your potatoes!
Быстрее, быстрее! А то уберу!
Oh. Oh, I missed it. Me. Oh no! Oh no! Oh!
I'm gonna do the blue one. Look at this.
Yeah, I was translating what you've been saying.
You might have to pull on the other side of the street.
Oh.
They falling out the truck.
No! Don't use the cat to erase! Okay. Good. I was worried. Oh! Oh, I saw this. I would feel so bad. Oh. The fact that the fact that the spider was unfazed by that entirely. Oh, orange cat behavior. Yes, I did see that rocket.
Dégradant.
Oh. Look at all those chickens. Albino turkeys.
Chorou, pai.
I feel like I saw that before. Oh. 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 That's the investigator. Oh no, buddy. Huh. He's like, this is my house now. Oh, hello? Oh no. Oh,
Good hanging out, brother.
he did an extra spin. Oh yeah. Oh, that's cute. The little kitties. Oh. Oh no. This is why I have my elf deal with cooking.
Olha a idiotice dos caras, mané. Tá de sacanagem, tá não?
Oh. 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 Look, oh no. I think I saw this before too. This account's probably behind on memes from having to be down for like a month or two. Oh. It's like, you know what? I'm not hungry. I'm not thirsty. Sir. Sir. Cat's like, mother, why? This is what people are doing in Tears of the Kingdom right now. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no. I hope that lady was okay. Oh no! Betrayal! Yo! 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 I wish I could do something like that. Other than the spider, you don't fully know about.
Alright, you too, man.
What? Sadly, no pets. We're in a place that like doesn't allow pets right now, but hopefully someday. Oh gosh! Oh gosh! Oh gosh! But yeah, one day I want to have some pets.
People here are obviously watching exactly what's happened. What do you think about what's happening behind you? I think it's on fire. Yeah, that's a very good observation.
You want to do the mushroom one? Oh, let's do it.
That seems so chill. Oh no! Oh no! That had to be like, what was that? Oh no! Oh no! There's spoons in there for a reason! Oh no! Oh no! He pulled it! Oh, capybara!
Peter.
The horse is here. But yeah, at one point, my elf and I would love to get some animals, some like kitties. I know Psych watched that one, so we'll watch this one. I don't know if he watched this one or not, but if he did, then I didn't watch with him. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, maybe I did watch this. Oh no. That or I just... No, I think I just saw some of these. Maybe? No, maybe I did watch this with like... I honestly don't know.
Ran off. Okay. Alright.
Oh no! He's beans!
ตำหนิว่าชีวิตเกิดมากมันจังได
No, I did watch this with Psych. I'm confused on why she's like Hisashiburi. Oishi, because it's like Hisashiburi is like essentially like long time no see. So is it like is she saying it's like a nostalgic kind of taste? I'll have to keep going. If you get a pet, I recommend getting a cat first. Yeah, absolutely. I grew up with cats. Part of me like wants to get like a small doggo, like
Cheers. Nice one.
maybe like a Shiba, but I know Shibas and Huskies are like known for just screaming, so that might not be that great. just streaming and then you hear like off in the distance, and at one point I'll like at the beginning I'll probably be like, oh baby, what's up, what do you need, and at one point I'll be like, no, I'm streaming. Oh, oh. Heather did that. He biffed it when he was getting off a fire truck. Oh no, it was during training. This Walmart employee didn't deserve that. Oh no. I think at one point I wanted a Pomeranian, but I don't know. I'd probably just get cats. I would imagine they'd hop into my lap. And I'd be like, hi baby, I'm streaming. Do you want to sniff the eggies? It'd be something like that. Dogs are high maintenance animals. You need your constant attention and regular enrichment. Yeah. So more than likely a few cats. Well, I know there's some dogs that are like, I've heard they're low maintenance, but still. Actually, I think like I've heard that Shibas are like the dog version of cats in being low maintenance, but they scream, so I think they do. Good munch. Bonk. Yeah, I do want to watch something that I didn't watch with Psych, so maybe this one. He's making an escape! Oh! Oh, how did you mess up that bad?
Get it.
Oh! Oh! But yeah, I've grown up with a few cats and 2 dogs. One of them was like a mix that
Fuck your life. Bing bong.
Bing bong. One was like a mix that I want to say was like mostly husky, but I don't know. It was a mix of like a bunch of dogs. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, and then I had a chow chow, and she was really cute. I miss her. Oh no!
It's a possum.
It's a possum with a hat.
There you go, buddy.
Contra un equipo colombiano.
Oh no! Oh, oh!
Morrison's cafe, like, look at that. That's supposed to be a fucking burger. Look at fucking steak and fucking roll it across fucking roll.
Oh!
Yeah, I hear it.
Oh, except one dog I had was low maintenance, but he was a very large dog. Oh. Yo. If you had that back in the day, you'd be a cool kid. Actually, no, I think that fashion is coming back, actually. Oh!
Cerra los ojos, amigo. Cerra los ojos, Pancho.
I don't know what they're saying. Oh. What he did at the end made me think that what they were saying was sus, but I'm not sure. Oh!
Mikey's a bitch.
So it's completely.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
The stars are out tonight. The former UFC middleweight champion Luke Rockhold.
Hello?
One of the biggest superstars in the sport.
Oh no, what did he do? Yeah, oh. Oh. Oh.
Stay your position. Back up. Back up.
Oh. Oh. You don't do that. He doubled it and gave it to the next person. Oh, I want a boopy snoot.
How the fuck do I do this?
Oh.
Here is my broccoli, they are perfect.
Oh. It's like, okay. Oh, okay, I'm not rewinding, just double check that. Oh. Oh. He was chilling. Tadaima! Kairi! Hi. Ah! How be?
Thank y'all. She was like looking at me and
Oh. Oh. Oh, yo. What happened? I would be terrified. If I was that worker, I would have been like, yep, this is the excuse for me to leave right now. Oh no! Society. I'm gonna put some of my
All the way down.
gamer subs. Oh no. You gotta get it a
Floridian
or an Australian to get that for you.
I hope you're doing well. Hope the family's good. I miss the dogs.
No! Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Knife. Nick. Adios. Okay, hopefully I can do this without spilling. Okay, cool.
Gotta squash that. Wow, you could really use a massage. You look very tense.
Oh. Huh. Oh no.
Make sure you ask for both the graphing calculator and the regular calculator.
Okay.
Because when you do complex operations,
Uh-huh.
like quadratic correlation,
Uh-huh. My goodness. When I say small or large dog, Tiny was a overgrown Great Pyrenees that was 150 pound of pure muscle and fluff, and he was a majestic pure white doggo that looked more like an oversized sheep than he did a dog, but he was strong, and he found a cinder brick he found, and was scary watching him throw it around. Oh my gosh. I can imagine that'd be terrifying. They're just like, fun toy ball, and it's like, no. Okay, so now I can go back over to the game. Let me make sure to have the category be switched over. Let's see. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Whoop. Okay, then turn that music back on. Okay. So now we can go back to questioning that. The thing is, before Tiny died, no one was sure if he was a purebred dog, but though Great Paris didn't get as large as Tiny, did I think he was part wolf, but he was bestest of the good boys other than my brothers and me. I'm not going to play fact now. Without a doubt, your friend is little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. Whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? I need to stop making pained noises. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. Russian blue? I had a Russian blue. That was one of the cats that when I was a kid. And yet, that leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. Yeah, because Russian blues are just a regular gray. It's a dark gray. What explanation can we then give, pray? What is it? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. I have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. I had an orange tabby. They were really stupid as people say they are. Right. We have a neighborhood cat that's an orange cat. and he tries his best. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, ploys like this are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? What could it be? A scarf? Oh, it's a cat toy! toy? Oh, because they probably went into the room and so they were like, they didn't know that there was a room on the other side. So it's like, here, baby. Oh, whoops, I keep doing that. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce right at it. That sounds positively adorable. The Yonosuke has light manipulation powers too. He was able to bend light to look behind and beneath her. True.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator in the neighboring cavern, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to entice the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is the blithesome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Darka. Gag! A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Oh, okay. It's gonna be important later. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared. Through the ventilator. She was very sus. Darka, she's so naughty. Okay, so we got one of the two topics. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Thank God I didn't drink the AC water. Lose my carpet. Yeah, that's why we were telling you not to do it. I'm glad you've seen the light now, though. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there is no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There are no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes should be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Yeah, the mark on the floor makes the most sense.
Yes!
Or not? That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Okay. Circumstances... We know that Kazuma-sama wasn't killed by poison, yes, but it seems that Mr. Sholmes doesn't. We should show him the evidence that we have that details the cause of death. Even the great detective needs facts to work with, so... Oh, okay. I forgot that it specified that there's no poison. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was one or the other. I knew I had a 50-50 chance of being right. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased bodies will prove the cause of the death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility, and as of yet, the weapon has been found, though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. Just karate chop his spine. Oh, I suppose. It's possible that he had to fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? A few things, but what do we have evidence for? I guess it would just be the mark on the floor. Possibly.
Yes!
Okay. Because I was like, well, we want us to, like, show that the boat tipped, because it did, but we don't have the evidence for that specifically, but this is good enough anyway. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Knowing these games, there's a good chance Holmes is the killer. Maybe, not for this case, though. It feels like this case is just like he just tripped and snapped his own neck somehow. Shoe polish, indeed, positively identified by the little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what had happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at some point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost all his life. Oh, what if the writing of the word wardrobe wasn't a thing of, like, you know, pointing it at Ryunosuke, but it was a thing of heckin', what is it? Hello, nobody, how are you doing? Pretty lady killed pretty boy. Accidentally, yeah. But yeah, I'm wondering if the word wardrobe is because she kind of witnessed it. So she was writing that as a way of, like, this is what happened, as opposed to somebody's in there. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in an instant he lost his life. No! I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene? Pardon me. I am good. I had a thing in my throat, so I had to cough. But hopefully hopefully I made it in time. What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all that you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. And if that part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. Okay, is it behind the case again? I mean, I don't imagine that the tiara links her to his death, but that's the only really thing to... Well, we looked in the basket and there wasn't really anything in there. Unless we look at it again. Big trip, big deathly, big, very sad, absolutely. Slade's paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Okay, so I guess we present that. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit perfectly together. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was inevitably broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Kya! I was gonna say she should have put it in the one where the crime happened, but I don't think there was a waste paper basket in that one for some reason. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have some conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be the picture of her and her cat.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly auspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Is your cat okay? Is he missing? I hope he's okay. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. If Morph can trip me and survive, I'm sure Darka is fine. True. But, you know, like... trip with enough force to, like, kill a man. I don't know. I would assume the cat's fine, but still. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Does Ice Drago like icy cold food or spicy hot food? It depends. It depends on the level of spice. Because I know I can withstand spice levels more than my elf can. But ice cream is really good too. Hit the ground pretty hard. Oh no. Well, please be safe, Rocket. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves that toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. I like how it's like... he heckin' was like noticing the whistling noise, wrote down about it, saw the little thing hanging from the ventilator. Oh, I need to write about this before investigating, and then just got up to die. Morph knows not to rush in front of me anymore. That's good. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh no! I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... Also, I feel like Ryunosuke is like a very heavy sleeper because I'm pretty sure it's implied that he did like probably hurt himself on the wardrobe and he was just asleep. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. Ships are rough, yeah. When I awoke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. Okay, so she didn't even step foot in the cabin. I was too scared. Scared of that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Yeah, they're definitely... It's definitely his pet. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirotsko. Pirotsko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when an emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirosco does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. So cute. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry and he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say, they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snake that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Priscosco eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Priscosco is nothing to do with this incident. You wanna duel me? Okay, I will accept your duel. Let me get defeated by you again, I think. So that's what happened. Oh no, you got the first hit in. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Ooh, I got a crit though. Oh no, I missed. Oh no, it's a replay of yesterday. Oh no, yep. GG, nobody. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize, but please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Kotoba? Mi Kotoba. What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate accidents. Okay, yeah, no, she actually did she did lie about the room. It's like, oh yeah, he came back into my room through the vent, and it's like, well then how did he just bring the second half of his thing into this room that you had to hide in the trash? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. I also wanted to smooch him real bad. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. All right, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, thank you for the stretch. So then, shall we begin? After a big ol' stretchy Sholmes.
Fatima! Hello!
Oh gosh, I feel like my neck needs to pop and it's not letting me. Oh gosh, an ear wiggle? Okay.
Here we go, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Oh gosh, no, no, my ears, no! Na 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 na. I look cursed, just a wee bit. Okay, let me do my little sippy. I was able to get some fresh water today, so it tastes really good. It's still nice and cold, which I'm actually surprised that it's still cold, but it's a pleasant surprise. Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in this first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if it's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Oh, I would assume this, right? This would be the thing?
Yes!
No, the music's still going. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. Okay, it is because it gave us specific dialogue for it. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese is in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Maybe he was because he was already dead. Maybe he was studying Russian law, right? You know, he just had like a hyperfixation with the Russian language, so he's just like, hey, I'll just write this in my dying breath. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlov told us was true. What? So, Susato-san has noticed it too. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, something that's in the scene? It's not an accident. I feel like this is wrong. Okay. It's like this is the only thing that makes sense, but I'm not confident in it. This piece of broken glass right next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back in here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Kya! Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... What? You were wasting time. Someone else was there? Da, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Yes. And the only person in the cabin when young student died was you. Yes. It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that it would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind, it was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, that is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How could you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, that's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around the door latches so they can... Susato, we already know how it got closed. So they can open and close the door from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not bond doors. If that does not work in Umineko, it will not work on this ship. Certainly not. They are watertight doors, as one would expect to find in any modern steamship, constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in the slightest. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No,
No, of course not. I thought so too.
It's the tiny bombs again, right?
But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed, we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that have been used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Gee, wait. Can I not? Is it not? Oh, okay.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. It wasn't flashing, so I wasn't sure if it was having me have it as an option. See how the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or is it in that book of hers, at least? That would be a lot of information if it's just all in the book. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over these books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed, or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night after Mr. Asogi was killed? The SS Buria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
And when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm.
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of the number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewmen to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Basically confessing to just pulling the button a little bit ago.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship! I report to you to the captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all of that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi. Did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots! Brodia is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well...
It's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
It was from the book.
Whoops. There you go. Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship. Isn't that right? That is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift burrow of the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because something happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Well, something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's why we all have headaches, because our heads hurt. We got bonked.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it had happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside my wardrobe. He was so for real, right? I was thinking the same thing. It's just like, has anybody looked at their wrists? Anybody wearing a watch that they didn't wake up with? Or they didn't fall asleep with? Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. It's like you guys have been asleep for 5 years. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Oh, wait. No, turkey usually makes people sleepy. Oh well. Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I know I brought up that point, but I think I was just joking. I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific... It was soporil! It was soporil! A soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber for those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would be certainly impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, Seaman, I'm sorry to say that any more deception on this matter would get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. Stop lying, Pav, right? You're already caught in the lie. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, we could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At the midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers on the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep in their cabin with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. That's so tricky. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the captain's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. As told, a busy night. But... I don't know anything. I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You'll like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. Can you see this? What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Obviously, it's the heck... Oh, okay. I mean... Oh! Haha! Ha 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 ha! The speaker acted in an evasive way from Latin to go astray. Interesting. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where that dirt I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure! Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is... where's the image? I guess this would be the closest thing. That's the only thing that really has the ink bottle on the image. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh! Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word for the floor next to the on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it could have possibly have stained your uniform in that way, or it couldn't have, which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. All right, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like a wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed button to make Bunria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. That our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and I looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
Nina stabbed him with a crown, oh gosh.
I understand. And I believe you.
So it is finally it now. Or is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Maybe the hand? Or the fact that his eyes are closed? Like his face? There's like a few things that could maybe be. I don't know. Fingies. Like, I'm not gonna think of this one too much, because I'm pretty sure like the guy just like took his hand and wrote that with his hand, so like we don't need to really pay attention to this one. But either the face or the fist over here. I'm gonna say the fist over here. All right, if he really did fall due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. What do you mean? The earring! Her other earring! Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? That is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Okay. Boop. Doop. What? Oh. Yes! There we go. I had to point it at her hair and not her ear. Now I punch the ground really hard when I fall to the ground. Oh no, that's a way of breaking your hand, nobody. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have gripped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and could reflex after this horrible long day, or relax, not reflex. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Clunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. A young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friends in my arm again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikola Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the far way east know of a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope that he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you're a runaway. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... Oh! I feel like that would have left a mark on him. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing on cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosimo's cabin to make it look like I did it. And so no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in the wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. Bad dancer, very bad, no big push-friendly people, right? So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed the wardrobe doors and put back strained paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote the thing that says wardrobe, so the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished the job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Or by pressing it in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. thus enticing the bolt of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector?
Oh.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Okay.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before you could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova?
Yeah, more locked rooms. And yeah, cats in boxes, because the cat was in the suitcase.
It just doesn't seem to make sense.
I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord?
I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? It was obvious he was gonna check on us in the wardrobe and be like, hey, you trust her? I trust her, but his name is Sholmes, yeah.
Hello, Mel, how are you doing?
Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within this cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Just wanted to consult the closet homie, yeah. Just like, hey, I got a girl here. She cool? She cool? Cool. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
He was looking at us!
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. However, what is directly inside the bell cord? The wardrobe, or beside it? The wardrobe. She has little eyebrows. Yee!
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. to see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Doing good, that's good. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently, if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But, unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? Whether you meant to or not, you still killed him. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Xephoria was finally laid to rest. So we throw her in jail or what? Well, we have to reach Hong Kong and have them throw her in their jail. Oh gosh, this is many. It was like 8 in the morning the last time we saw a timestamp, I think. If not like 7:30 in the morning. We have been at this for 12 hours for like this time frame. They're a boat jail. They're true. There is the deck. Or not the deck, but like there is a cell at the bottom of the ship. So they might be holding her there, maybe? So what will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police. Oh, right, we're not going to America, we're going to England. That's why we're going to the east, or that's why we're going to the west. Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Repatriate? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all of that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then. So how is Naruhodo going to be framed in the next case, right? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, and now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Or, I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we were joking about it. Oh gosh, is his face still in the people? No. There was a guy that was like kind of like the teacher mentor kind of character, and he looked vaguely like wait. I'm trying to remember if he shows up in 0 or not. He's like a big part in 1, but I don't remember if he shows up in 0 or not. I think he's mentioned. I don't remember if he's on screen. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together with how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san?
Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I hadn't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave ship tomorrow and all. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san.
Yeah, the sword guy, that's the whole thing, is that he died. And we were being framed for it, so we had to, you know, make sure that we actually found what the killer was, and it was the Russian lady.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. Thanks for the hydrating stretch. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth. It was just an accident. I mean, like, technically, it's less of an accident than we thought. Majima! Hello! Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Honestly, I don't think it's a silly series of mishaps. I think it's like, yeah, a big push is not an accident.
I wish there was something I could say. Inspector,
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. Why? I'm free again at least. Wait, huh? Oh my gosh, you really are Hildebrand. Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing these shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's Schmolderbrand, right? It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny.
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but
anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo... That's ridiculous! Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Huh? He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you say? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all harbor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. My brain is like, the sword is named Karma. That's probably where they're getting at, but I don't know. It's a great sword. It's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo.
And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground.
What?
3 times.
Ma'am? Ma'am, you could have phrased that a little bit better. What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside.
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times.
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it!
No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me.
How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Just throws him. Then let us not delay or dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course.
She's gonna demonstrate it on me, aren't you?
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Hi-ya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes. Arresting indeed. That is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was the Susato squash.
So cute. So cute. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Oh no! Oh, it? Kazuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London.
Whoa! We did the second chapter!
Okay, yes, we will save. a bit shorter than the tutorial one, all things considered, considering that we'd like took a little food break. Okay, so we can at least get a good start on this. London 5th Avenue. The Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
Ooh.
Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
So we're getting serious with this one. Ooh.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Sound very British for being Japanese.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
The framing of this case will be right.
Suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Okay. So we're introduced to London. Ooh. February 18th, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. Okay. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour.
Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers, so that's the second reason we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. So maybe they're having us do like a trial run to like make sure that we're up to snuff. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. You look suspicious. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 45 seconds late. My apologies. 47. I think I accidentally said 45. No, don't mention it. We're even happier than that we're standing around with nothing. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart. I'm assuming that's how I'm pronounced. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. This is so silly. Yeah, we'll converse. So, London, huh? So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm also lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes! Astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition that we'll be hosting in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy ship. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Anyway, law student. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already have telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news. That's still true, by the way. The sun is not set in British territory, even if it's not technically an empire anymore. Makes sense. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Mr. Strongheart, or Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth.
Can I do it? I'll be good. I spent 40 days doing all the studying. I should be a good lawyer, right?
The truth is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to believe, or led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man.
Mr. Naruhodo,
I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me.
It's me.
It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before, only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here in Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Budia. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. 50? What? Whoops. Accidentally. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all that he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion on myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you instead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put these words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I will give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer, whether you pass or fail, is entirely down to you. Why are you looking like a Pokemon villain? He kind of does. I like it. When he showed up, I was just like, you look a little sus. I feel like you're being introduced as like this powerful guy, but like, I don't know, something about him seems off. Really? Test. So what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, so this will be welcome news. But today?
Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. A murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murders are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I mean, if we don't, then he's gonna die anyway. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it is acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Pokemon battle your way out of the self-proclaimed God King! Oh my gosh! I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I won't do it, no! I'll go back to Japan. I'll do it. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I expected, isn't it? Is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato. But what could I do? It's all right. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as the lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some sort of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular way they stand in the dock may be the only chance that they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. It's gonna be like, okay, you got the job. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But what I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome.
he will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you.
I'm really his only hope?
So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh!
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
Okay, bye.
He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once.
Okay. Okay, I was like, why is my only... What do I have to be? Oh. Hey, look at my armband! Miss Susato, can I just ask you something?
Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant.
I know.
Mr. Naruhodo, I hear you heard
Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately.
If I need to throw you, I will.
You know, you could just say I think we should hurry to the courtroom.
If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at Old Bailey.
Okay. But what if I showed you it anyway? What if I wanted to examine something around here? Like the big old clock. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So I'm assuming we'll be back here at one point. Okay.
Never mind.
Let's move. Oh. That makes sense. 9:45 a.m.
Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're on time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes series, and it's worked quite perfectly.
I'm not quite sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room is for defendants to wait in this grand.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whatever or whoever is about to be sentenced. It's MC. My brain is like it's Minecraft, and it's like, no, I don't. My brain.
My brain does not work sometimes.
It feels like only yesterday that I was the one to be crushed.
Yes. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very lonely in this moment.
Main character, oh yeah.
Top of the morning to you, madam, sir.
What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? I'm sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it, right? Say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I have been here, I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious areas of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. They hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll even want you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. I've lost the accent. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it up. We're defending this man's. We're defending this man's. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? Nope, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there's a center of London and another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossom and flowers in the spring and the singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded couldn't do for a city that's queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've got the gall to say I haven't got the good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Again, this is the man we're defending today. Oh no. Or I guess next week. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. Gilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for your trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fellow claims you have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... Kind of are giving vibes of being evil, but I think it's just your character design. gonna save here. And then, and I'll be honest. Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all the money but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no other logical conclusion than you're guilty of the charges. I'm a great lawyer. Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. You asked me. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so... Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a black card I must be. I'm terribly sorry. I can't say I blame you for tinking that fella. It is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Borak von Zykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor? Is the Grim Reaper? When von Zykes stands to the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Borak von Zykes. He must be an exemplary, talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel. That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me anything. You haven't told me what happened. Till you showed your face here. I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I have to defend myself in there. Ooh, how would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis late. So don't get cold feet now, please. I'm still thinking of the fact of it's just like, I look guilty, right? Yep. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Or I'll be right there. Yeah. Okay. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. But that'll be something for us to deal with next week, once it lets us save. I feel like us ending up in the courtroom, like at the very beginning, is pretty good place to stop it. Okay, 10 a.m. exactly. Okay. So let's go ahead and save. There we go. Okay. And so let us go over to the just chatting screen. And then we'll find somebody to raid. Let's see who's streaming today. I don't think Peach is streaming again today, unless she is, but I do not know. Let me see who is all streaming. Okay, she is not. So, oh yeah, maybe we should raid them. You know, I've been trying, but I think they always end their stream by the time I'm trying to look for someone to raid, so I don't think we can raid Xephoria. Let me see who.
Ooh, am I? That might be a good idea. We haven't raided Amai for a while. And she's playing one of those Fire Emblem games. I feel like Fire Emblem and Phoenix Wright kind of go similarly hand in hand. Plus, it's been a while since we raided her, so I feel like that will be a good option. Very good option for Mal. Okay, and so the raid message will be... Not guilty raid. I don't know. If anybody has any other ideas, you can go with that. But there is the raid message. Oh, there's only 2 of you. Oh no, that's okay. That should be fine. I don't know. I always feel a little weird not raiding somebody. So even if it's only like a few of us, that's fine. But thank you everybody for joining me today. Let's see. We're gonna be continuing this next week. Always end with raids too. Yeah. Like, if there was only, like, one person, I'd probably be like, but... Because I always feel bad if I don't raid, so... But yes, we will play more of this next week. I don't think I have a day... I don't think I can stream Monday, so it'll just be another Wednesday and Thursday, but that's okay. Some stream is better than no stream. Maybe one day I'll be able to stream more often. I miss it. I miss it so much. But yes, hopefully you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Have some fun. I don't know. Just do something you like to do. But I will see you Eggies next week. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No, bye-bye. Yeah. Okay. Make sure that goes through. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Pop. And then